What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Third Wave Trades. Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Sunny. How are you doing? Great bull numbers this morning. Just the catalyst that we needed. Try to grab the numbers for you guys to put it over here if you guys haven't seen it already. So estimated was 3.1% on the CPI. We got 3%, and everything's looking pretty decent right now. Inflation looks like it may be cooling off. Best numbers since 2021, I believe they said. So let's see. Market is open now. We had a nice little push in the pre-market. Kind of said that that's how Tesla has been moving recently. A lot of its pushes have happened in the pre-market. Obviously, right now we have the CPI data, but it was pushing even before the CPI data. Um, I was in here to close yesterday, but we had a nice little rally at the end of yesterday's session that kind of gave us a nice bounce from that 266 level. We were able to finish around 267, 268. Right now, there's a little bit of a pullback, but overall, this really helps our thesis that we have more upside with that strong bounce. So right now, I want to show you guys in terms of like technicals and everything. We just broke out of this bull flag that we basically been forming for this entire fourth wave or second wave move. We'll kind of like figure out in a little bit how this move is really to be counted, but you guys can clearly see the bull flag, right? So here was that bull. This was the flag that we were forming, and now we broke out of that um, when we with the CPI data. So just using that chart pattern as a target, that alone will give us a decent um, price projection on where this current wave can go. So I will I'll show this again to remind anybody who's not here right now. Remind everybody later on, but basically you can either do it from two targets. If you do it from a more conservative target, it's from the bottom of the flag, right, and look for a one-to-one, which would take us to 311, or we could do a breakout from the top of the flag, right, like from the area of the breakout, which is a little bit more aggressive, which would take us to like 319, 320. So that's pretty bullish, pretty bullish. Let's break 280. Yeah, I think we may do that, and you guys can see like now you can see clearly the difference. Let me go back over here between an impulsive move and a corrective move, right? So like this chop that we were having yesterday, you could tell it's just corrected. It's not going heavy in one direction, but this is a nice impulsive move. Even when we bounced yesterday, we actually had some bullish divergence, which I highlighted over here with the yellow. Um, we had higher lows on our RSI and uh, lower lows on our price action, which is basically a bullish divergence. And right at the end of that, kind of got a reversal. So I would assume there might be some like profit taking or whatever, and that's really what this pullback is. But I do think now we are going to move higher, right? So another thing that we were able to do was take out this previous high, which is what I wanted to see, because now we can effectively be making higher highs and higher lows, right? So there was a high, there was a low, and now we took out this high. So if we just continue this pattern of higher highs and higher lows, we should be able to climb higher. Pre-CPI rally could have been due to news of Tesla Electric establishing an electricity supplier in UK. I saw that, Muji. I did see that. I did see that. I think a lot of it was anticipation that we were going to have decent CPI numbers, but then it wasn't just Tesla, right? Like Nvidia was moving, Triple Q Spy, everything was sort of like moving and pushing up. Uh, Mara Mara's moving, like the Bitcoin stocks. Palantir. Everything was kind of like pushing a little bit in pre-market. Tesla did have that catalyst, and right now also Tesla has had a nice report on Market Watch. Tesla is looking at its best sales quarter ever. So I feel like the bullish momentum is really going to start to pick up over here. On the daily candle chart, you can see we finished because of that pullback, that bounce we had at the end of the market day yesterday. We closed with a pretty decent like doji candle, showing a little bit of indecision there. And now with this gap up higher, if we could finish above 280 around that area, it would be a nice reversal pattern um, from this top signal that we got. Is it profit taking now? I would think so. I would think so. Let's see how it's looking on some of the other stuff. Well, let's take a look first at the SPY or the SPX. This 5 minute SPX is kind of holding. We're going to look at the SPY. Yeah, SPY pulling back a little bit, so I mean that could also be it. Q, triple Q pulling back a little bit, but I mean usually there's a little bit of volatility as soon as the market opens, and especially on a move where we had a strong gap up like that. I'm sure it's going to be a little bit of profit taking. It's going to be a little extra volatile. So I wouldn't put too much into it right now unless we start to really pull back. But we have a support over here, right? Because this was effectively resistance prior to this move up. So now it's kind of like a role reversal, and that previous resistance becomes support. This previous resistance becomes support. So we have a couple of support levels now on the way down. Good morning, Love Never Fails. How are you? I'm sure you're happy to see this. We've been stressing the past couple of days, right? As I was pulling back, but this was overall. This is really good news, bullish news for the market, and I kind of confirmed in my mind that we are taking the bullish path here. So let's see. Let's see. For anybody who just tuned in right now, on Tesla specifically, we got this bull flag breakout, right? So this is we may just come back to retest this, right? Let me put this on a 1 hour possibly, right? So that's exactly what we're doing. We pushed up, and now we're kind of coming back to retest the channel top that we just broke, right? So that's often, in my opinion, a good like if we could hold above that, that's a pretty good entry for a play a bull flag breakout, right? So we had this bull flag that we were forming for a little while now, and we broke out of it, we market, coming back to retest, right? Sometimes it's better not to buy the break, but to wait for the retest, and then if we push off effectively above this, it should be a pretty decent entry. And then we'll go over the wave count in a little bit. There's a couple of possibilities for how the wave count is playing out. But back. Oh yeah, really quick about the pull flag. If we do this right, we're looking for a one-to-one breakout. Sorry, a one-to-one extension of the pole in the area of the breakout, which could effectively see us push to like that 319 320 area. But keep in mind we have that resistance at 314, that triple top resistance. So this right here could be setting us up for a nice cup and handle. If the Wad was here, he would definitely be looking at this. Um, but yeah, this right here could be a decent. up and handle forming if we do this pullback right here and then take off from this area of this neckline. These are all kind of like things that just gotta keep your eye on. Look for all the patterns that are playing out in different forms of different time frames and stuff like that. Fuad is in here. Nice. Good morning, Fuad. Big cuppy. Exactly. Nice cup and handle right here. I mean, we have the cup. So we should be forming the handle, right? This pullback is bringing us back down to this level of support, right? So we can come back over here now and break this neckline. That's basically the area that I'm going to be looking at now. So we'll actually move this level right here. This is going to be our main resistance for today, in my opinion, because if we break through that resistance, we're effectively breaking the pre-market high and should be breaking the neckline of a nice cup and handle play. Can someone answer me if CPI is a good thing or a bad thing? I'll let somebody else take that because I'm not a huge macroeconomic type of person anyway. From my understanding, it was better than expected, and inflation looks to be cooling off. And that's kind of like I just use it as a catalyst for my technicals. I already have a couple predetermined paths, like a bullish path and a bearish path. And if I see that the catalyst comes out um, good or bullish, then it'll make me just take my already predetermined bullish path. So I'll let somebody else handle that. I know Sunny N or uh, Moonji, one of you guys are pretty big on the macros and the overall like economic data. Or if Gossam is in here, I know he's really big on it. But yeah, you never know. Like if data comes out and is like, all right, is today good news? Is the good news today good news or is news today bad news? Or vice versa. Like, I think today good news is good news. Okay. See if SPY still pulling back. SPY bounced. SPY caught a nice bounce. It was a little bit of like a minor deviation right now between Tesla and SPY because Tesla is still pulling back a little bit. We have an area of support, but SPY caught the bounce. See the triple Q overall. Triple Q caught a bounce. Interesting. There's a little bit of divergence here between Tesla and the overall market, but it could just be a little late for catching a later bounce. Weak post open given the pre-open enthusiasm, or they are just waiting to grab the shares from all the morning profit takers. Yeah, I mean, I think that's usually what happens. Like there'll be like a quick like push down, right? So big money can get back in at a more decent price. CPI was better than estimates. Fed's overall target is 2%. Based on 3%, there should not be two rate increases this year. Oh, okay. So I actually missed that part. So they said that there's not going to be any more rate increases, or did you mean to say there should not be more than two rate increases this year? But overall, yeah, I get the idea. The estimates were better than expected, and we're getting closer to our target of 2%. So we broke our first level of support over here. We haven't closed below it. I am on a 15-minute chart. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart. It'll be slightly better. We're getting closer to oversold territory on the 5-minute as well. Below our EMAs, broke our first level of support, but we have 3 minutes to close back above it. If not, then our next level of support is around 270. And again, a little bit of divergence from the overall market because the overall market is pushing back up at this point. 446.65 on the SPY, 372 on the triple Q, and over here, as you guys can see, like the wave count that I had drawn out for the triple Q looks like it's playing out pretty nicely. So as long as the triple Q and the SPY are rallying, eventually Tesla's going to get back on track and follow them, in my opinion. So this was our fourth wave here. We're basically coming to this previous high, and we should push past it. So this will be our first, second, might get a nice strong rally in the coming weeks, which is good. Like that kind of aligns with Tesla's earnings as well. They have been threatening another two increases, but if inflation remains around 3%, then there may be one more possible. Gotcha. I think this is just retracing the gap up from pre-market. Yeah, I mean, effectively, that is what it's doing, but the question is sort of like, why is Tesla doing it and then not some of the other stocks? Like Tesla's just diverging a little bit from the overall market. Like Nvidia, I think they had a pretty strong push too, and they're still pushing, and they're probably actually the reason why like the triple Q is pushing. So we'll see. We'll see. I think Tesla will catch a bounce here somewhere. Yeah. I mean, there it is. Really, this could be it. Get back. I like the wick out to the bottom over here, and so see, like in order to like break support or a resistance, in my mind, right? Some people are a little bit more aggressive. I'm a little bit more. I want to see extra confirmation. So it's not just the breaking past it; it's closing past it, and then it's also confirmation on the following candle. So over here, we broke past it, and we got the confirmation. But now we broke past it, we closed past it below this support. But now this is the follow up confirmation candle. If this candle closes below it, then the support is gone. But if we can come back and hold on the following candle, then kind of eliminate what this candle just did. That's sort of how I look at support and resistances. I need that extra bit of confirmation. So the fact that we were able to wick below here and still close above this, um, we have about 3 seconds, but it looks like yeah we got to close above it. So wicked out on both sides, but strong reaction to the downside over here for us to bounce back. So now we're going to try to see if we can get back above 50 on the RSI, and the next area of resistance is going to be the 5 EMA. We're going to get past the 5 EMA, then the 9 EMA, look for the crossover, and we should be starting a nice rally up from there if we can see those three things take off. How's Neo doing? It's back a little bit from yesterday, but it's still looking like a nice. Here's another puppy squad. Here's another puppy that could potentially be forming. Right, we have the base already set. I have way too many drawings on this. yeah, we have a nice little base set over here as the cup, and if we pull back over here, it should be a decent little cup and handle formation that forms. Possible bounce off of our 21 EMA would be a nice opportunity there. But overall, guys, I think this is good. This is solid. I'm happy with it. Happy with the move pre-market to get us back above 270. We did hit this pre-market high, so I do expect that we'll come back and touch it again at some point today once it's done doing this little corrective move. Pretty annoying, to deal with this after the nice exciting move in pre-market. But let's see. Once it's done, hopefully we will come back and test that pre-market high and break through that. Just give me like 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Just wanted to jump coffee and I'll do this up for you guys to see. Still holding above that support, so still decent right now. Just, yeah. Support. This is one of our support levels right here. And we're holding above it pretty well. So let's see if we can hold it. If not, then we have another support area down at 270. All right, I'll be back, guys. Give me like just 5 minutes. I'm saying we'll get my coffee. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I am back. All right, so we held above support pretty decently. You guys can see that we had these quick movements over here. Okay, 1 second. Something's not right with my trading. There we go. Yeah, so we worked out down here, which is good. Good support overall. Um, and we are testing now our 5 EMA, and then we'll test our 9 EMA. RSI is getting close to that 50, so if we get above 50, that would be a decent sign. Good morning, Yelton. Good morning. Seems like a little bit of a mixed bag for Tesla. Good, we are back in the 270s. Not so good, we should have had a bigger push in line with the market and beta on Tesla. Yeah, I mean, the divergence is, I would say, a little concerning, but again, Tesla is known to kind of do this, in my opinion. It does diverge at times from the overall market. I mean, honestly, one of the reasons why I'm very bullish on Tesla, and even breaking its all-time highs, probably not on this rally, but by the end of the year, on a fifth wave move, is because if you look at all the other like top, you know, the big like seven, right? They've all come back this year so far and broken their all-time highs. And Tesla has really just been the only one kind of lagging, and Tesla is really the only one that's lagging. Hasn't been able to do that so far. It's just been taking a longer time to get there. Its corrections have been longer, and things like that. So on the macro picture, you see the same thing, right? So this is Nvidia. We broke all-time highs. Microsoft, I believe we broke all-time highs, and Apple. Like everything is pushing higher right now. Tesla hasn't done that yet, which is why I think that Tesla still has uh, lot of room to go higher, right? Our all-time highs are at 414, and I think we will get there by the end of the year. To be honest with you guys, probably not in this rally. This rally, maybe we get to 313, maybe we get to 340, maybe 360. But then at some point, I think we'll pull off and do another one of these type of corrections, and before we end up pushing higher closer to the end of the year. But yeah, I think Tesla does diverge. It's known to kind of diverge a little bit, macro and micro, from the overall market. But I think it is still headed in the same direction. We didn't get extra push like other big caps. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Tesla seems to be getting the drive shaft on this manipulation. That could be the shorts. How's the volume? Yeah, I mean that's also another good point. Tesla is pretty heavily shorted, um, so that could be one of the reasons. But the volume for today, not the best, not the best. But let's see. I think the volume will really come in if we get back to those pre-market highs and we get a breakout. I think the volume is really going to start to pick up, and I think this was just again a little bit of a correction on this nice pre-market rally, a little bit of profit taking or whatever. I think when we come back to test this pre-market high and we break through it, there'll be a lot of buyers coming in. And effectively, guys, we got the break that I was looking for um, on the bigger picture, right? We were in this basically this bull flag, right? So we had our pull, we had our flag, and we got the break from that pre-market rally. We kind of came back to test the top of that channel, right? So we had the break, the retest, and now the bounce back. So we should. let's see if we get back to that 277 and we break, we should go higher. Right now, the volume is kicking back up, right, on the 5 minute chart, right? So, volume's kicking up. We're above 50 on the RSI. We're above both of our EMAs. And let's see if we can hold it. We got about a minute left in this candle, so it's looking decent. Looks like we could have hit the low for today. Let's hope so. This is a nice reversal type of candle. Is that our handle going up? Yeah, it very well could be. Very well could be. And so if we zoom out, you can see it came to a perfect level where a handle should come to, right? So in terms of the retrace, um, the retracement tool, this it came back down to like a 50% retracement. So it's a decent level for a handle to come down to. One concern I have is the earnings and the Fed's rate hike at the same time this month. Well, I mean, yeah, again, that's kind of like bigger macro picture. But right now, I think the market kind of has chosen a bullish path right now. So right now, we're just going to go down uh, that that take. Similarities at each day's openings, yeah. Yeah, I agree. There are other pullbacks. I think it's been a while since we opened and just like started rallying. A lot of Tesla's rallies have been happening in the pre-market and then during the regular hours. We've been kind of pulling back and consolidating, but we just came out of this pretty long correction move. So I think the tides are turning. All right, the winds are changing a little bit. Hey guys, how's it going? Glad you're with us today. What did you think about the CPI and data and all that? I know you're a big macroeconomic guy. Do I see our next resistance at 277 or 280 range? Right now, I'm just using the pre-market high as our main resistance. But there's another resistance at 281. Well, I mean, we'll cross that bridge once we get there. But right now, I'm just using this pre-market high that we hit at 277. I think we will get back to that level, and just gotta take it one level at a time right now. I think if we break 277, then the next level is gonna be around 281. We have a smaller resistance actually before that, so we can put one level over here as well, around 280, and then 281, 276.50. Is that your number for today, Yelton? I feel like that's a little low, honestly. I think we're gonna get a stronger push than that, but we'll see. I mean, above two, we closed today at 275. Honestly, it's a nice move. We closed at 269 yesterday, so we're up $5 for the day. SPY is testing 447. Yeah, we were looking at SPY a little earlier. SPY was moving pretty decent, and Triple Q as well was Triple Q is really rallying. I think because Nvidia is rallying hard. AMD is AMD pushing. AMD is probably pushing as well. But yeah, I think we just finished this fourth wave. I've been following the Triple Q for a while, guys. I showed you. Um, this is a fourth wave correction, and we should be starting this this third wave move of this fifth. So we could get a nice rally on the triple Q right here, which will obviously uh, push with the SPY, and we'll just lift everything, including Tesla. So it's looking pretty decent. Patience, Watson. All right, Sherlock. Hey, Javon, how's it going? Did we see a bounce from here for Tesla? I think so. I think so. I mean, from the overall picture, we really got the bounce yesterday, right? When the market was closing, right, in that level that we were looking at, we had a bullish divergence take place. We had lower lows on our price action, higher lows on our RSI, and we got a nice reversal. And you can tell from this move that this was pretty impulsive. A little bit sideways correction. Pre-market, we started rallying in anticipation of the CPI correction, and um, and then the CPI data came out, and we pushed back a little bit of a longer correction now because of the move, but this is a pretty strong bounce over here. This was our support level. We never closed. We never got confirmation that we closed below our support level, right? So we closed over here just barely, and then we came back, closed above it, closed above it, closed above it. So volume is picking up now, guys. We're getting. Looks like we could be getting the crossover on our 5 and our 9 EMAs. We're above 50 on our RSI. So it's looking pretty decent right now. It's looking pretty decent. Oh, you're in a call for 277.50. Got in too early. That's the entries are crucial. But you got in at 277, and you got a call for this Friday. Did you? Makes that at like 282, but that's tomorrow. Then 291 Friday. Personally, if we close above the open level, it would be good for the rest of the week. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think honestly, if we do come back to retest this 277 today, and we push past it, we can see a nice push to 280. I got in at pre-lot and hope to close out around 280. Okay. Volume lately seems to push and pull a lot. Is this the shorts or just the market? I would just say that it's just the market as of right now. It's to me like everything's moving in tandem right now. You got lower volume on the corrections. You have higher volume where we're moving higher like impulsively. So it doesn't look like nothing too out of the ordinary for me. Nvidia is a monster today. I know you mentioned it last week. Oh, hey Devon, how's it going? Yeah, honestly, I was actually thinking like, should we start following Nvidia as well, like on these live streams? I know we kind of like have a little bit of like Tesla crew here, so I didn't want to take away from that. But Nvidia, like I mean, you guys can see like my drawings and my expectations of where we're going with this. Like I said, I do see it hitting 500, possibly higher. Um, Finished a pretty nice correction, and should be pushing higher for the next wave up. I'm not gonna lie, I've kind of been neglecting Nvidia right now because of Tesla, but it's and also because of like how high it is right now. I don't have a position in Nvidia, so to get in now, it's just I just find it a little bit expensive. And then I do expect the rest of this play to, even though it's gonna push, it will push and then chop, push and chop, push and chop. So I think the main bulk, right, which is like the middle of the third wave right here, it is done. So we're gonna have like this series of threes and fours, in my opinion. Um, and the fours are gonna be like choppy and sideways, but we will have days like this where it will like really push and rally hard. It's just gonna be timing those days are gonna be kind of tough. So going forward is probably best. To day trade and scalp it, in my opinion, as opposed to just hold it for a swing. Oh, damn it. Just close my chest like that. 1 second. You Rivian is down 4% today. It seems like EV's a little weak. No, guys. I mean, I don't think that I think the EVs are really just getting started. To be honest with you, same thing with Neo. I think they're just pullbacks on the way up. Personally, If you compare their moves up to their pullbacks, um, they, in my opinion, they're starting a stronger trend up, and on the pullbacks on the trend up are really just buying opportunities, in my opinion. I mean, unless they look like strong reversals where you reverse at equal like pivot points. Um, I think about how much Rivian ran up as well. Is Nvidia a Chipotle price company? Well, what do you mean by that, Hilton? Thanks for the info. Nope, no problem about it. No problem. Take a look at Neo. I'm keeping my eyes on. I'm watching Neo on a smaller time frame. And he's up about $3.50 today. We'll just keep an eye on Neo as well. Okay, price on Chipotle. Oh, you mean like uh, can Nvidia hit 2K as well? Is that what you kind of asking? Or I'll be honest with you guys. I know Chipotle is that high up there, but I've never actually traded Chipotle. I've never really looked at Chipotle. I've never. I guess because it's too pricey that I just never really wanted to consider it. But I don't know if it's like it's actually worth that evaluation at all. I was surprised the first time I heard about it, found out about it. Nvidia is a monopoly store to get chips. The price could be crazy high. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it is. I don't think that it is a monopoly. Um, I think it's first. It's going to have competition. You got AMD. You got some of the other uh, chip manufacturers, and it's. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I feel like it's not so much their chips, but it was like this whole like AI play, right? Like they were like the first to really be on this whole like AI move. I remember watching their earnings, and like the I forget his name, the CEO or whatever. He came out, and all he was every other word was like AI, AI. It just kept running higher and higher and higher. But Nvidia, I mean, it will reach a certain price target, and then it will correct as well. Right? It's just the nature of the market. It'll reach probably like 500, 550, 600, you know, and then after that, it's gonna end up coming back down to correct. So that's the nature of the market. The gap up on CMG's last earnings was crazy. I caught some of that move for the call option. Sweet, sweet. It definitely has a strong lead on their GPUs compared to AMD, etc. And GPU for now for AI. Got you, got you. Yeah, I mean they're definitely the leader for sure. But I don't know. I don't know if they'll be able to maintain the lead for how long. Like I honestly don't know enough about AI and how that all is playing out. Um, you know, Tesla is kind of like an AI play as well at this point, right? Like with their automation for like EV and then being the leader in that regard. But yeah, I mean, they're definitely the leader for sure for right now. Like they broke away. There was at one point where they were kind of moving. They were still ahead of AMD in terms of their price action, but they were still moving somewhat comparably. And then you could just see earlier this year where NVIDIA just broke away, not just from like um, the other semiconductors and the other tech stocks, but just from like the entire market. It just blew everybody out. So, and I remember reading about people who were shorting it back when it was like around $200 and still shorting it. And then we had that crazy earnings where it gapped up literally about $100, which was just crazy. Who's making mining computers and chips? Anyone? Uh, Not sure. How's the rest of the market looking right now? Tesla is definitely struggling a little bit. Sky's forming. Looks like it's forming a little bit of a wedge over here. I mean, it's effectively climbing higher, but it's forming a little bit of this rising wedge. So if they break out or break down from this. Same thing with the triple Q, kind of forming a little bit of a rising wedge. Tesla is, excuse me, guys. Tesla's strong in AI. Now they're using Dojo AI chips internally. Only once they open Dojo like AI to go to Amazon, maybe 2 years, then they can be a strong competition for AI. Nice. All right, so you're really following like the AI play a lot, huh? I mean, that's definitely good information to know. I remember Kathy Woods making a comment about how she believes Tesla to be the real AI play for the future. Waiting for the retest of pre-market close. Yeah, me too. I mean, not that I'm in a position like that, but I do think that we could test the pre-market high. It's, I mean, it's taking a little while to get there. Volume trailing off, but see, the volume is picking up on the move up, right? So that tells me that's still the impulsive move. Volume pulling back on the pullbacks. Let's see if we can get a series of higher highs here, higher highs and higher lows, and then we'll take a look at the exact weight that we can try to make sense of it. Above 50 on the RSI, which is decent. Let's see if the volume kicks back in and we get back above our EMAs. Even if we just get a one-to-one move from here, it should take us to that 277 level. See how much this pullback just trace back to about the 38%. Possibly will could come down to the 50 to 61.8% retracement. 277.50 call. Has anyone seen where the U.S. government is selling the USA helium industry? No, not me. 277.50 is stupid. Did anybody like hold calls overnight? Like they have like weekly expiries, like you guys like held calls, um, like basically taking a chance on the CPI data and stuff. I'm just curious. That's Palantir hanging in there. Palantir that's 1685. So Palantir looks like it's coming back to finish this fifth wave move, which is decent. The reason why I haven't really been doing an update on Palantir is because I feel like the third wave move is completely, it was almost complete. If you guys go back and look at my Palantir video, which I made about a couple months ago now, I gave a price target of like around $18 to $20 for this move. And I think we will get to like 18. Um, and then I think we'll probably get like a pullback once this fifth wave completes. And so then I'll basically wait for the pullback and then possibly go long from there on Palantir. Should be another nice AI play. Oh wow! Let's see if we hold support right here. No calls, no calls overnight. You wanted to, but you don't like. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was just curious to see if you guys wanted to take a chance like that. I mean, like effectively, if you had like if you made decent profits, you could take like a certain small percentage and kind of like YOLO it, you know, with a like a low risk, high reward type of play. But yeah, it's not effective trading or efficient trading for like the long term. Yeah, that was a pretty strong pullback, but it looks like still just the ABC of this move. I mean, well, let's see. Let's go to a 1 minute. You can probably try to understand the waves a little bit better. All right, let's try to get into like a little bit of a bigger wave count and try to really understand what's playing out here. Let's go to a 45-minute chart and let's take a look at this move. So right now, guys, we are still in this. Right, so let's say for now that this correction was complete over here at the WXY, right, which formed our either our second wave of a diagonal or our fourth wave of an impulsive wave move up. I'll show you guys that in a second, but either way, let's say the correction was done over here and this was where we got our balance. Since that point, we are making higher highs and higher lows, right? And we were able to take out this previous high over here. So now, if on this pullback, if we do bounce from here, all we really need to see is us to just continue this pattern right here. So it wouldn't really get bearish at this point unless we were really to break back below 265, because then that would mean that the bigger pattern is this move right here. So let's not stress like the little pullbacks, the minor pullbacks. The overall bigger picture is higher highs, higher lows. Like we can pull back, and as long as that low is higher than the previous low, before we bounce, we should be fine. So, I guess short term, we don't want to break this low right here, this 267 area. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Let's go like a 15-minute chart, and let's see. All right, also, let's say we call this our first wave. Then, if we did bounce up, this is our first wave. This is our second wave. This is our third wave, probably playing out. I don't want to say it's complete yet, but we could just do. We could just measure it. Say this is our first wave up. This is our second wave down, where we got this bullish bounce. We hit around the 161.8%. So we could effectively say this was our um, third wave move right here. And now we get a fourth, and then which could take a little bit of time to finish correcting. Fourth wave moves are usually very choppy, right? So they're all different degrees. Like this would be a fourth wave move of this play, whereas this whole thing was a fourth wave of a much larger degree move, right? So now in terms of this move, right, the bounce from 239 that we had a couple of weeks ago, I'm still trying to see, like, in my opinion, what is the best count. Um, and I almost think that it is to take this as a first and a second, and now we're getting a third. Um, because this move only looks like three waves to me. And if it's only a three-wave move, right, like this is a A, B, and a C, that's most likely an ending diagonal is forming. So there's our first wave, there's our second wave, and then we might be getting a like third wave move like this, fourth wave move like this, and then another fifth wave move. Right, so it's not as impulsive. It's not going straight up. It's going more sideways. Um, but I think we can still, even if we take a path like this, we can still reach that 300, $313 level. Um, it's just not going to be as impulsive as we would like. And to me, that would basically signal the end of this overall, this larger degree third wave move. So we'll see. That's kind of, I think, pattern that I'm looking at. The other possibility is that this was our first wave, this was our second wave down here, this was our third. We had a very long extended fourth. I just don't like the ratio between this second wave and this fourth wave. And then we're gonna get a somewhat extended fifth since the waves one and three are roughly co-equivalent. So I mean that's another possibility as well. Well, both those options are still on the table in my opinion for the bullish counts. ARK must have had insider info, but still ARK retains Tesla shares. Plus, she keeps posting up what Tesla is worth 1,500 per share. She says are higher by 2025. Yeah, I think Kathy is just again right. She's managing a fund for a bunch of investments. So it's not all of it is just her decision. I'm sure she has to do what everybody you know what she thinks is in the best interest of everybody. And sometimes that's profit taking. And there's also like portfolio rebalancing. Um, I'm sure there's a bunch of reasons, but overall, her sentiment is still extremely bullish on Tesla. I don't know how much of her portfolio still consists of Tesla, or how much Tesla she still holds, how much she sold and took profit on. But from my understanding, she's still pretty bullish on Tesla. My mic's fading out, buddy. Oh, really? Oh man, we were doing so good for a couple of days there. How's it now? Is it better? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Nice bounce on the 1 minute. You're shorting at 300. I think a lot of people will be shorting at 300. Was 275 a previous resistance? 275. I don't have it drawn up over here. 275 was the 265 was the previous support. So there's a couple of touch points around that area, but nothing major from what I see before. The fact that it's a psychological area, yeah, that's true, Javon. 275 is psychological, like a psychological number, right? You have your quarters, right? So 25, 50, 75, 100. Then you have like just your flat round numbers, your 300s, your 400s, your 500s, which just act as like psychological whole numbers that's easy for people to just say like, okay, we're in a game level. So what it could be doing is that it's just correcting this entire move, right? So we had a first wave, second wave, possibly a third. Let's see if this ends up as a third wave can be shorter than the first, which it is. So it's most likely a 1-2, 1-2-3 playing out over here. So this is our 1, 2, and then this is our 5, and then this is our 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly looking for a 5 here. This is just a kind of tentative counting at the moment, trying to make sense of the move up. So don't take this. Don't hold me to this right now. I just trying to make sense of how the waves are moving higher right now. Possibly like in a 1-2 count for this third wave. This would still be our first, second, and this is our third, fourth, fifth. This is most likely just a zigzag that played out over here. Right? So this is our ABC, and now this is our new 1, 2, and let's look to see if we get a bounce to push higher and take out this high over here. She is rebalancing her portfolio. Yeah, and some of it is I think certain like requirements you have to have like a certain level or you can't have more than a certain level of one particular stock or something like that. I remember reading that somewhere. I don't know the exact details. Maybe one of you guys know better. So some of it could be that, and some of it, like I said, is her rebalancing her portfolio based off of whether or not she thinks if it's smart to take profit here and then get back in uh, at a at a later point, or move her. Maybe there's something that she sees that's a better um, play long term or short to medium term where the funds can make more money, right? So it's not that Tesla can't still run higher. She probably just sees a better opportunity. Like for example, I'm not saying that this is what she's doing, but for example, let's say she saw Neo and Neo is only trading at $10 a share. So if she sees that Neo could possibly hit like 100 something by the end of the year, then maybe it's better for her to just take some of those funds and distribute it there. So again, I try not to get into all of that because who knows. But my point in that is saying that there's a lot more reasons why she could be rebalancing her portfolio and profit as opposed to just like, oh, Tesla is bearish now and it's going to drop. So I think too many people I think jump to that conclusion first and foremost. And it's not what the technicals are saying to me, so that's why I don't get involved in. the narratives, right? Like I was actually just reading a book on technical analysis last night. So it's a really really good book. Uh, Probably like the best technical analysis book that you can read. And I was rereading it actually, and in the introduction, the author mentions that it's not that as technical analysts we don't necessarily know why something is pushing. It's just that we really don't care. And we were talking about this yesterday a little bit. As technical analysts, we don't care what the reason is, why something is going up or down. We're just looking at trends and whether or not they are going up or down. And right now, the trend is that Tesla is still going up. That trend has not been broken. ARK still retains over 550K shares plus, giving a 2,000 price by 2027 on Tesla. Yeah, that's what I mean. So she's selling, but taking profit, which is a normal part of like trading. That's what everybody's in it for, right? Is making money. And she's still ultimately long-term bullish on Tesla. I wouldn't buy or sell based on her moves. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I buy and sell strictly based off of price action and technicals. Do you think we should sell now? Do you see Tesla dipping below 270? Hi W. I can't honestly. I can't really say because I don't know a what your position is when you got in, and you know uh, whether you're up, whether you're down. Are you covering a loss? Are you taking profit? So without knowing your exact play, your exact move, it's hard for me to say. But uh, even if I did, I wouldn't want to give you financial advice on what to do. But I will. I could just tell you what my opinion is based off of the technicals of what I think uh, Tesla could do, and my bias right now is still bullish. I think we have a little bit of room to go higher. Right? And you can see my previous videos. I do think that we could possibly touch the 300 to 314 area, maybe even 340 if this becomes super super bullish. But again, there is a bearish case to be made as well, right? So I would just recommend that you do a little bit extra due diligence and research to see what is the best move for yourself personally. There's a difference in holding other people's stocks versus your own. Woods does hold their own portfolio of the same personally. I'm sure Woods holds long where selling others for profit. That's actually a very valid point, Yelton. I agree. It could be that she herself is extremely bullish on Tesla, but again, she has to act in the best interests of you know her her constituency, right? Like whoever else, right? If they think that it's time to sell, and she can give her advice, but at the end of the day, she still has to work for them. So, what's the book on technical analysis? The tell you right now. I want to give you the exact title. I'm actually just reading up on the computer, so I'm just pulling up the tab. Okay, it's a technical analysis of the financial markets by John J. Murphy. I'll show you guys really quick. Yeah, I'm gonna write it down. Technical analysis of the financial markets. The comprehensive guide to trading methods and applications by John J. Murphy is one of the best books out there, and you guys can see it covers everything. And this is a lot of a lot of the material that I cover in my course is based off of his book. There's a couple of other books as well, but you can see just for the table of contents, talks about the overall philosophy of technical analysis, goes into Dow theory, charts, right, different type of chart patterns and candlesticks, trends, how to use trend lines using different principles, like fan principles, support and resistance, speed lines, which is an area that I'm working on currently. Fibonacci lines, Fibonacci levels, continuation patterns, volume and open interest. I think somebody asked me about this. Was it you, Javon? I think you asked me about like looking at open interest and stuff, and long-term charts, moving averages, how to use different oscillators and indicators, point to figure charting. So there's a lot in here. Um, and then again, he more Japanese candlesticks, and then he even gets into a pretty basic understanding of Elliott wave. It's not too detailed in here, but there is a good, decent introduction to Elliott wave theory in here as well. And then he closes it off with like time cycles and then computer treaty systems. So it's it's a very good book. I would recommend it if you guys are interested in that. I could actually probably just copy it. I'll put it in the chat in a second. Just give me a second. Yeah, let's get back to Tesla here. Take a look at your RSI on volume each day and see if there has been an average in pricing to volume based on news inflow. The higher the peak would reflect CPI, and lower peaks would show endless negativity on Tesla. Seems we broke the support now. Current price action looks quite bearish. Um, I don't think that it's necessarily too bearish, Sunny, and the reason why is because it's short term bearish for sure, but it's again we right now we are potentially making higher highs and higher lows. For this to be like super bullish, we would have to come back below 266, because then what it would mean is that we are continuing this trend of lower highs and lower lows, right? So this would be a lower low, this would be a lower high, and then if we come back and break this, ultimately this point, then we're doing lower lows, right? So then that would be a bearish trend at that point. But in this overall picture, we could bounce as long as we hold this right now, right, and then come back and take out these highs. Now we're effectively reversing this potential bearish lower low, lower high, right? So right now in this short term, we're doing higher high, higher lows, um, and we have several support levels where we can bounce off of and push higher. So again, I think a lot of times, what is determining a person's perspective on whether or not something is bearish or bullish is time for day trading, right? Exactly, Sanyan, exactly. So depending on the time frame that you're looking at, you could probably see this as bearish. Like you know, but again, even as a scalp, I would probably be looking to go short if we broke a certain level. But even right now, if you look right so far, the rule that I told you guys earlier has not been broken in terms of whether or not we broke this support. I personally would say that we have not broke this support yet, right? Even in the morning when we came and we wicked all the way lower here, we wicked here. We did not close. We only closed below it one time, and it was very close. And then, but we didn't get the confirmation. We came back and bounced right away. Um, and it's kind of like the same thing that's happening right now, right? So we whipped again, we didn't close below it. Whipped again, didn't close below it. And right now, you could say in that last candle, we whipped below again. Um, we closed below it slightly. So let's see what this candle does, right? Until this closes below, we get the second confirmation candle. I think the support will still hold. And if it does break that, then our next support is at 270. When you see sharp peaks throughout your chart, this is an indication of manipulation. Or check today's volume. Just seems really aggressive charting. When you see peaks, I mean, like when the sell-offs are really strong, like this. Like this was our peak, and then I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, Yeltsin, I don't know. I personally can't say whether or not that's like manipulation or not. I'm not, enough like well read on like the manipulation of the marketplace. I'm sure it exists, and I'm sure you're right to an extent or to a degree. But I mean, I see everything happen, right? So then, like when you see a sharp bottom, is that manipulation as well? Like that's a very sharp valley, right? That's a very sharp peak, and that's a very sharp valley. So I don't know. Just for comparison, look at say SPY or other ETF. I mean, there's no doubt that there's a lot of people who are shorting Tesla, right? There's a lot of people that are going short on Tesla, and how much of that is like for being manipulated versus like there's just people who think that the stock is who legitimately think that the stock is overvalued and Tesla should not be like today they got a price upgrade from 225 to 275, right? So and we're at 273. Actually, when that price upgrade came, we were already at 277 in the pre-market. I don't know if I can see that right now, but my point is like there's probably just people who really think that the stock is overvalued based on the fundamentals, and for that reason they're shorting it. Thinking that it should go lower. And as opposed to like obviously like this buy is obviously an average of the overall 500 companies. But Tesla itself, there's probably a lot of people who are just a lot of big funds and everything that are short Tesla right now. Nvidia is still pushing nice. A lot of people who are just short Tesla because they just think that the stock is overvalued at this point. I mean, and that's their thesis. I can't argue with it. Again, I'm bullish on Tesla right now based off of what the price action is showing me for long-term price action. Why now that Tesla is much more aggressively shorted where pre-pandemic only Gates could try to short it? It's a good question. I really don't know the answer to that. I really don't know the answer to why more people are interested in shorting it now. I mean, I'm sure in pandemic time it was like being shorted as well, and that's why like it was squeezing, right? Because it was pretty heavily shorted, um, and shorts just eventually covered because Tesla ended up running higher. So not the same thing could happen this time around. It could be pretty decently shorted, and if we continue to push higher, then shorts will cover. More people at home learning to trade with GPT. Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's definitely ever since pandemic, I think a lot more retailers got into trading. Retail investors, I think that's when we really increased, right? Like you already have like Robinhood, and then there was like the whole like GMB thing that I think brought a lot of eyes on trading and stuff like that. Became a whole thing, GMB and AMC, and people just bored at home, collecting stimulus checks and just throwing it into the market, into crypto. And that's where I think a lot of people learn. And now, yeah, maybe there's a lot more people learning with ChatGPT. I don't think ChatGPT can really give can ChatGPT give trading advice? I feel like if you ask it, it has like a limitation on like how far back it can look at data or something. Or so like no, sorry, not how far back it can look, but uh, it looks back on previous data and it can't really look at like live data or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Common pump for that W form. The W form? Oh, you think we're getting like a double bottom over here? The W is valid. It's valid. Can you recommend a book on technical analysis? Yeah, I did. Were you able to catch it earlier? Called Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. Yeah, I'll write it in the chat. Technical analysis of the financial markets. Let's check out the spy really quick. All right, so remember, like spy was kind of like forming that wedge. Looks like it's holding right now sideways. Um, the But SPY may pull back over here a little bit because you guys can see over here we have this basically, um, we have this bearish divergence, right? So there's your RSI, there's your bearish divergence. So I wouldn't be surprised if SPY pulls back a little bit. But if it could hold this level and the RSI can come back and break above this resistance line, then we could slowly eliminate the divergence, which is still possible too. So you kind of just have to watch it play out a little bit. I think we're seeing something similar on the triple Q. Just hide the bigger picture. Again, you see the wedge forming, and there's let me show you you kind of see the divergence here a little bit as well. But again, we could come back and eliminate this. So it doesn't mean that it has to pull back a lot just yet. But if this pattern persists, then very likely we will pull back. Now Tesla, let's see, Tesla is clearly deviating from that, right? Diverging from the overall market in that sense, because it didn't really form that kind of wedge. It has its own kind of correction going on over here. Yeah, right now, Tesla's just kind of like moving on its own pace right now. We did break that support, right? So we did close below it. So our next level of support would then be around this 270 area. Anyone on here bearish? Um, well, I'm not bearish long term, but bearish short term in the sense that like this this action that's playing out right now is definitely bearish because we broke support. But yeah, I mean long term I'm not bearish yet. It would again I think we are still incredibly resilient. Um, still above our 21 EMA, still just making higher highs and higher lows, right? This whole time. And so until we either break below our 21 EMA or if we do something like this, where now we're making lower lows and lower highs, um, then until then, I'm still pretty bullish. Why is the market heading down? CPI was good. I don't get it. Yeah, that's why I personally don't fall in love with market data because you don't know whether or not good news is good news, or good news is bad news, or bad news is good news, or bad news is bad news. So I think all everything you really need to know, again, this is coming from the perspective of somebody who's strictly a technical analyst, that all of the fundamentals, all of the market data, all of the views, all of the catalysts are basically priced into price action, right? So I couldn't tell you why we're headed down, right? CPI data was good. Inflation looks to be cooling off. Uh, but now the overall market was actually it was pushing up. So the overall market, slightly different from Tesla. Where did we open it? We opened at around 446, and we pushed to 447 for like this pullback. The overall market is still holding pretty decent right now. Um, Tesla, on the other hand, is its own story, and there could be other reasons for why Tesla itself is pulling back and diverging slightly from the market. Again, Tesla had like two hurdles, right? All last week, everybody was anticipating and was anticipating the CPI move, and there was uncertainty created from that, right? So that's like the overall market. That was the first factor, right? But then Tesla also has uncertainty from their earnings, which are coming out. So it could be that the rest of the market is getting over their uncertainty from CPI, but Tesla is still a little bit, there's still a little bit of bearishness, or there's still a little bit of choppiness because of the uncertainty that still exists right now from Tesla's earnings that are coming up. Market manipulation. Hey, Adama, what's going on? One possibility is short-term rotation. The leaders are pulling back, and money moving to non-big tech S&P and Dow Jones. Yeah, I agree. I agree. We are definitely, I think, starting to rotate a little bit. I guess it's all the shenanigans with Musk. It didn't. I read something. Was it yesterday about Musk? I forgot what it was, but he did something, and everybody was making a big deal about it. Uh, Tesla is moving lower. Shake my head. For now. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think hopefully we should get a pretty decent bounce, but it also depends on the SPY and the overall market. The overall market is, if they pull back, Tesla's already pulling back a little bit. So if the overall market pulls back, then Tesla may pull back some more as well. This should separate himself from all the rest. Autos doing everything under Tesla. I think some Fed members were speaking today could be part of it. Oh yeah, that's a very good point. I think Gossi mentioned that earlier as well. That the Fed were speaking, and there could be some hawkish statements being made or something of that effect, um, which is causing like a little bit of choppiness and pullbacks. It's going down. Should we sell? I'm holding. W again. I can't answer that. Like I wish I could, but I mean I can't really answer whether or not you should sell or not. If you think it's going down and you have a bad position, then then yeah, then you probably should. But I'm holding my call still. I'm scared. I mean, look, I don't want you to be scared, W, but that's why I always stress the most important thing in trading is risk management. So this way, when plays don't go the way that you anticipate them to go, you're not over leveraged. B, you have your stop loss in place. You know what you're risking, what you're willing to lose, what your entry is, what your exit is. I mean, it might be a little bit too late for that right now, but it's really important, guys, that you guys really stress that in your trades if you guys want to be successful, like consistently and long term. He's doing too much on Twitter, and the fight with Zuck is absurd. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I feel like it's just. I mean, it's definitely all jokes. I do not see him getting in the ring with Mark Zuckerberg. Honestly, between me and you, I think Mark Zuckerberg. I think he would mess him up. I think a picture just came out with him. He was training with somebody. I don't know if it was like John Jones or he was training with somebody, and he looks in pretty decent shape, believe it or not. And Elon Musk looks like a bag of milk. Meta's going up. Meta is on a decent move right now. The price war in China. Any advice on 277.5 call for next week? Buy or wait? You have a strike price of 277.5. Um, I would say it depends also on like where you got in. It would say I mean, it would depend on like how leveraged you are. But do I think that we could hit 277.5 next week? I do think so. Personally, I do think that we could hit 277.5 next week. But again, it's also next week. Does that fall into the earnings? Today is the 12th, right? So next Wednesday would be the 19th, which is their earnings. So I think that's really the only gamble that you're taking with that 277 is the fact that we have earnings next week. So the earnings could go, either way. That's kind of like that kind of throws like a wild card into the play. But just based on like off of regular price action, what I'm seeing over here, I see that this could possibly get back to 280 by next week. Um, but again, you with those calls expiring next week, you definitely have a wild card in there with earnings. Monday, Tuesday was all sideways. Now we can see that buying and selling off for shorts profit has occurred this morning. Look at charts. Tesla should smooth it out more till the end of this. Is it gapping up? So, I mean, we definitely got a decent bounce right here. Definitely got a decent bounce. We're above 50 on our RSI. We're above both of our EMAs. Our 5 is crossing over our 9. That was a nice move right there. We have 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this candle, and the volume is really starting to come in strong right now. This could possibly see us if we continue this trajectory. We could possibly get back to that 277 right now, which oftentimes what a level that we hit in the pre-market is retested during that day, right? So whether you hit a pre-market low or a pre-market high, a lot of times, I can't say 100% certainty it happens, but a lot of times it does go back to retest that level. World champs UFC, man, Musk looks like a fridge. Yeah, right? He does. People have to realize Tesla has split several times. This said it means the company is and has done very well with new technology making money rich. Tesla seems to be getting a small bounce. Maybe the absorbing of all the selling past few days in today's morning may be that. I think so. I think we will have buyers step in. Right now, for sure, the bounce looks pretty decent. If we can hold above our EMAs, that can give us a nice move for the next like hour or so. Draw a line from Monday to today on the top peaks, if you would. From Monday to today, Monday to today. Where's Monday was? Here's Monday, and we did the high of 277. So I got you, Yeltsin. I got you. Here's the top peak. Here is a top peak. Here is a top peak. Say something like here, 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 than here. See your bot. I saw Zuck's training pick today, and I think he'll destroy Elon. Yeah, he definitely would destroy Elon. If we cross 275.5, then we will have the W tag for today. Yeah, the double bottom would definitely play out. Right, so this is what Moon G is talking about. We have this double bottom that could play out right here. So we would basically be looking for our neckline around this area over here. So yeah, around 275.50 is our neckline. See if we could get to that level and push then back to the pre-market high. Start from inside your box. Well, with the peaks from over here. Here's a peak then. Here's a peak. Here's a peak. Here's a peak. Here. 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 It's like a Nike check swoosh. Sounds like a Nike swoosh sound. Upper right, start of the line. Oh! I got you. I got you. And you want me to do this? I think that's what you want me to do. Not there? Okay. I got you. I got you. There. Like that. The peak. Oh man, Yeltsin. Lower. Here, down now. Here. I don't know, Yeltsin. You're losing me, Yeltsin. See the start of my W. Are you talking about this W or are you talking about this W? You want this W right here? Or you want the bottom of this W? You want the peak of this W right here? Oh, you were saying peaks. You mean like at the bottom? You want me to draw something like this, like support? Now now it's down. So I don't know, Yeltsin. Kind of got me lost today. Not gonna lie, it could be me. Could be me. I haven't finished my coffee yet. Give me a second. We'll come back to that. I just want to see the price action really quick. Let's see the price action. It looked like we're getting a decent move over here above our 5 and our 9 EMA, above 50 on the RSI. Maybe getting the crossover as well. Volume concerns. Yeah, on this candle a little bit. We have a minute left, but as long as we hold above our EMAs, we should be fine. Maybe the volume will come in. See how the overall SPY is holding up. So we got a little bit of that pullback on the SPY, but SPY may be bouncing as well. Same thing with the triple Q. See how the SPY and the triple Q is pretty much looking very similar. And Nvidia, let's go to a 5 minute on Nvidia real quick. Just hide my drawings. Nvidia looked like it pulled back as well. So it's not just Tesla, guys. It is the market pulling back a little bit. Still holding above our EMAs. The volume is definitely low. I have a feeling that in general there's too much zero DTE options traded each day, which also causes much ups and downs during the day after open. Oh yeah, for sure. I actually read a article on that. That basically like zero DTE trading has like increased uh, exponentially. Like I forget how back they were looking at the tests, the study, but it's just increasing so much. Like, and I think I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I think somebody was saying that they're gonna start allowing for people to trade zero DTEs on certain tickers as well, right? As opposed to like just the SPY and stuff like that. I don't know how true that is. Like every day, like not like just Fridays. Let's push here. Let's see if we can get to this 275.50. So on the smaller time frame, we're looking at this uh, W pattern, right? This double bottom. If we go out a little bit more than that, we're looking at a potential cup and handle, right? Because this was our cup, slightly deformed cup, but it's there, and then this is our handle, right? Which is still at a good area. So you get the double bottom here, break above that level. Then if you come back and break the pre-market high, you're breaking the neckline for the cup and handle play, and then zooming out even more, right? We're ultimately in this bull flag breakout, right? So here's our pole. This is the flag that we made basically for the past 2 weeks in between these white lines here. Let me hide this. Right, so here's our pole, here's our flag, and we got the breakout, and now we're coming back to retest the top of that channel flag, right? And so far, we've been bouncing off of that pretty decently. So there's another pattern as well. So there's a lot of like bullish patterns in my mind. We already got the breakout, and we're holding above it. So let's see if the volume will come in over here, and we will push higher. My point is, we'll have today's price ending today if you take out this morning's line spike 275.90 area. Okay, I see what you're saying, guys. Sorry, I wasn't able to draw that out for you, but I get your point. I think I think what you would mean then is something like 275.90 versus 275.90 would be something like that. I mean, I can't draw it right now, but I take your overall meaning. Hey, Thomas, how you doing, Thomas? Thanks for joining us today. I really want to draw this for you, Delton. Let me see. All right. So the bottom right hand corner in your box to the middle of the W area, bypassing this morning's spike. So this is the bottom right of my box to the middle of the W, bypassing the spike. That's something like that. Right? Not counting the spike right here, just this move here. Let's go, Yelton. We did it. We did it. We figured it out. I apologize. I'm not all there today, you guys. I'm not all there. Oh, it's not hitting. I might need a second cup. Um, I'm also trying to like really figure out this wave count in terms of like this like micro scale. Right now, it's a little tricky to tell, so I'm just waiting for more data points to come in. But two, one, two, three, four. Technically, I think this is still a valid count. One, two, three, four, five, and we should get like another three, four, five here. But I'm just not seeing enough volume come in on this move up for me to be convinced that this is like an impulsive wave. So it's kind of like what's irritating me at the moment is the lack of volume. Again, for Tesla specifically, it could be the uncertainty of next week's earnings, which is why we might continue to see, even though the CPI data report is done and over with. You know, for the rest of the market, that's great. For Tesla, there's still uncertainty um, with their earnings next week. So the rest of the market seems to be doing a little bit better, right? Like Neo's back up to 11, Palantir is close to $17 again. Mara's still on it there. Mara's at $18. We've been looking at Mara since it was way down here, back at $5.30. So really, really impressed with what Mara's doing. Buying triple Q are holding up. AI is back to like $41. Nvidia is up $12 for the day. Nvidia was able to hit 439, so a little bit of a pullback for Nvidia as well, but I think it will recover. Tesla is like, it's kind of lagging a little bit, and but my best guess is really just that it's the earnings report. But decent little push over here, and we have a nice setup if we could get it. If we get the break above this neckline. Averaging out line segments. Gotcha. If we take the line segment you drew and add it into your wave theory, you see what you get. I mean, that's an interesting point, Yelton. So again, start from the bottom here, and you want to just average out these line segments and just go higher. I mean, These numbers here are just like tentatively placed. I mean, they don't pay any attention to these numbers, but ideally, yeah, it should do something around around that. This is a little bit of a steep fourth wave retracement for this third wave move, so I'm not too attached to this count right now because I don't like how deep this retracement is. Technically, it's still valid because it's above the top of this wave one, but it's not something that I'm too keen on. Another possibility could be that this whole move, let's erase this for now, and another possibility is that this entire move was the third wave. So this was our first wave here, right? And which is where we got our original bounce from. This was our second wave low. This was our third wave move because this is 161.8%. This is our fourth wave here, and again, it's still valid because it's above our first wave, and now we're looking for a fifth wave. I think we should probably stick to something like this. Either way, it's I'm just not seeing the confirmation for an impulsive move higher yet in the volume. So without that, it just makes me think that this fourth wave is going to just chop a little bit longer, right? So it could be end up becoming like a complicated, complex like fourth wave with like an ABC for a zigzag, and then we get a move up for an X, and then we get another ABC that plays out something like this. Just for now, and right, so you have your ABC right here. Let's say this is your X, and then you get like another ABC, something like that, for a WXY pattern before we get the real rally up. Because the price action is looking okay, but there's just no volume to support it to really like make it take off. So if you take the Bitcoin, even had it pull back along with Tesla, did it? I haven't looked at Bitcoin in a little while. Let's see if I can pull it up. So, that's not. I mean, a little bit of a pullback, but Bitcoin is still holding that 30,000 area. And I think once we break above that, it's absolutely going to rocket, in my opinion. I don't know why my wave count is not on here, but I have my wave count somewhere. Neo is still looking pretty strong, guys. Um, so this is my wave count on Bitcoin. So we had a one, two playing out over here. So we should get into a pretty decent impulsive move. And the reason why we're chopping over here, in my opinion, is because we're reaching like this resistance, right? So it's level over here. So I would expect some chop. But once we break above this 30K, I think we're really going to take off. We're beyond turn from -4% to +1%. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at. Actually, let's take a look first at Rivian over here. Clearly a third wave move on Rivian right here. Um, and they may have finished a fourth wave correction and now is going higher for a fifth wave. Um, so I'll be looking for after Rivian finishes a fifth wave move. Yeah, that's a pretty strong pullback and it's rallied back up. probably like an ABC playing out for Rivian over here. Let's go slightly back time frame, go to 45 minutes. Yeah, so over here you guys can see also the pennant or the flag playing out, right? So you had here, this is your flag, this is your pole. So a breakout should lead to a slightly higher move for a fifth wave, in my opinion, on Rivian. And after that, should probably get like a corrected move, right, to correct this entire rally. And that's when I'll be looking to probably take a position. So this is probably going to time with align with the Neo move as well. So I'll see. Maybe I'll take half my position instead of going like fully in like one or the other. I'll probably put some in Neo, put some in Rivian. But I'm gonna wait for this whole move to play out, right? Because essentially I missed the bulk of this move, which is the third wave. So I'll let this play out and then wait for a slight correction, and should come back to like the 30-week moving average, and that's probably when I'll look to go long. Yeah, I feel like over here, really, that this is what is playing out because of the lack of volume. I think that this correction is still playing out, and for now, I'll just say that this is PWXY. That's what it looks like is playing out. So W X and we're looking for a Y wave then to come lower, probably bounce around our support around 270, around 270, 271. Let's see if we do a one to one. Usually you want to get a an equivalent. So one to one comes down to like 269, 92, again roughly 270. Let's see. If we take out this low, then that's most likely what's happening. If we bounce from here at some point, then we can stick with the idea that this was the completed fourth, and this was a 1-2 1-2 setup. Without the volume, it doesn't look like that. So we'll see. We'll see. Let's zoom in really quick. Let me do this. Some of these. I may pull back a little bit more as well. You guys can see the divergence is it's starting to get eliminated, right? Because we had the divergence from here to here. But really, since that point, that's where we got the pullback. But now the RSI is pulling back with it. So now at this point, they're moving back in tandem. So if the RSI starts to bounce right here around 50 area, price action bounces with it, we could start to push higher again. Same thing with the triple Q. Just leave on Tesla. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, guys. Just gotta go check on my daughter really quick. Just up for you guys right here. Looks like we fell short on our double bottom pattern, right? So we didn't really get it to come play out at that neckline, right? We're doing like this. We ended up veering off. So this is still going to be a point of resistance for us to break through, even though it's not going to be a neckline of a double bottom pattern, but it'll still be a slight resistance. Let's just go ahead and change that to red. That's fine. Ultimately, let's see if it pulls back to around this area to the second support now. if we break below the support. All right, give me 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. If he leaves, it will go up. Oh, thanks, Elton. Could today's action be a triangle? Um, A, B, C. It could. Uh, it could be kind of like a descending triangle. This would be your A. This would be your B, C, D, E. It could. You could kind of say it's a descending triangle if it plays out like that. But a triangle, there's specific rules and parameters that I don't think it's meeting right now. So at the moment, I would think it's better off to call this a complex correction. So basically a double zigzag. So you have A, B, C, your X, and then the A, B, C if it plays out this way. So, all right, Yelton, I'm leaving. So let's see. I'm gonna leave, and if the price goes up, I'll just stay away. All right, how's that? I'll just end the stream if the price goes up while I'm gone. All right. Uh, if it doesn't, then I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I am back. Yelton, it didn't go up while I was gone, so that's why I'm back. If it had gone up, I would have stayed away. But I think this might actually be playing out. I think it might be pulling back a little bit. We had pretty high volume right here on this pullback move, and we wicked out. So that could be the end of that C wave, possibly. Right. So let's see. Pretty nice wick right there. Usually you'll see volume pick up when that C wave ends. So how are we looking on Tesla week? It depends on how the time frame that you're asking me. Love never fails because on the bigger picture, I don't think so. On this smaller picture, right? Like if you're day trading for something like right now, then yeah, it does look a little weak. It's not that it really looks weak. It it doesn't look strong, right? It just looks like sideways consolidation. Just a little bit more range trading. But for the bigger picture, I don't think that it's uh the bigger picture. I don't think it's weak at all. I think a gap up from 269 is what we closed at. Um, even if we were just close today at 272, we're up $3 for the day, right? So day by day on day, we're moving higher, so that's good. This short term is just we can see right here we're forming this descending level of resistance. Right, we count that or not count that that area right there. We'll just count it for now. And see if we break above that. So basically, what I think, or the count that I have right now is that we just got a W, X, and a Y. Um, Again, this could pull back a little bit more, but ideally, wherever this ends, that would be the end of our fourth wave, and then from there we should get another impulsive move to the upside. So either it's happening now, we break above this descending level of resistance, or we come back lower one more time, um, and we push higher. I don't think the overall picture is weak because the overall picture we're still making higher highs and higher lows with a little bounce from here. Seems we're creating lower highs and lower lows. Lower highs and lower lows. Yeah, in this period, yeah, for sure. I can hear lower high, lower low, lower high, lower. Well, actually, not even. To be honest with you, it's more so just a descending triangle in that sense because this low didn't break this low didn't break this low, right? You have this level right here kind of holding pretty decently strong. So I wouldn't even say that we're making lower highs and lower. We're making lower highs, yeah, but we're not making lower lows. We're definitely forming this descending triangle though, so we'll see if we break out to the upside or we break down and push lower. I think it could effectively be a continuation pattern. Let's see. So usually, I'm just double checking over here because I thought they were pretty neutral and you could get a breakout to either side. I feel like some of the literature would still say that, but a quick search over here, descending triangles are slightly more bearish and uh, more likely that we will break to the downside. So see if that's how it plays out. Show you this right here. So you guys see this image right here. It's kind of what we have forming right here. This descending triangle. So usually the breakout is to the downside, which would kind of argue for this lower fourth wave. See, right there, happened just like that. So if you were actually playing that on the short term, that would be a breakout pattern right there that you could play, a descending triangle. See how low it goes now. We have support at 270. This is a good example of like how to play a chart pattern, right? Because you can see it shows you exactly where your entry would be and where your stop loss would be. So you would get in on the break of this move to the downside, and your stop loss would be effectively on this descending level. We can get rid of this now. So if I wanted to make a bearish case on this count right now, the bearish case would be that we did a 1, 2, basically from this high of 284, we did a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like the bearish count would be something like this is a 1, 2. Um, this is like your 3, or your 3 is still finishing up 4, and then 5, right? Like you can move lower like that. But we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. See if it's just how's the rest of the market recovering now. All right. So see, I mean, if moving with the rest of the market, I wouldn't be too concerned just about Tesla then because um, the whole market is pulling back. That explains why Tesla's pulling back as well to an extent. Same thing with Triple Q, and you guys can see how that was like very easily. Um, you could see that playing out with the divergence right here on the RSI. So we knew a pullback was coming, and now this pullback is most likely taking shape in a um, three wave move, right? See that on the triple Q. You kind of see that on the SPY as well. So we'll see how that looks for Tesla then, because Tesla again is slightly different. Tesla is slightly different. How is Nasdaq looking? Probably look at the Nasdaq itself. I look at the Q. Let's just take a look. Oh, that's not it. Oh yeah, just the triple Q. But you're asking for something different. The Nasdaq, the triple Q is looking fine. It's just a retracement in my opinion, right? This is the overall picture that I'm looking at in terms of its wave count. So I don't see anything too bad about it. I see us moving higher. So we peaked out with a third wave move over here around 371, pulled back for a fourth wave, and I think this is like a first wave of another move higher. A first wave and a second wave retracement now. Are we holding at 272? Are we holding at 272? I mean, we broke below that descending level of, sorry, we broke that descending triangle. So it may pull back a little bit more. We have support at 270. We still have a minute left on this candle that we can um, close. If we were to close above here, it would be fine. Even on the like, even if we close below and then the next candle we bounce back, I would take it as we're still holding. But we close this candle below, and this one looks like we will close below as well. So it's in, I looked in the index, did I? Or maybe I clicked on fund. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, it's moving essentially the same as the triple Q. Right. This would have been your third wave peak right here, and this was the fourth wave playing out, and then we're pushing higher, in my opinion, for a fifth wave. Right. So really, what we have is we have a 1, 2, 1, 2, and now this is the third wave playing out. I'm gonna look better for you guys. This is right. So you have 1, 2, 1, 2. This is your extended three, 4, 5, and we'll probably get another 4, 5. So I'm pretty bullish on the indices and the market overall. But again, I mean, me being bullish on them doesn't mean that they're not going to have these pullbacks. They will have pullbacks, but the overall trend, right? Like one thing in like technical analysis, like one of the main things that we're trying to do is just follow the trend. So wherever the trend is taking us, you want to try to be on the side of the trend, and you want to try to get back in where on you want to find good entry points on the trend. So usually, um, pullbacks to certain like EMAs, depending on what EMAs you guys use. I like to use the 21-day EMA on the daily. I would use the 30-week SMA on the weekly. Uh, Pullbacks to those areas are usually buying opportunities if you are in an upwards trend, like we've been basically. So, it's kind of like you just can't like really sweat the small stuff. You can't really sweat these small pullbacks. Now, I understand if a lot of you guys are day trading or scalping or something like that, and then you're worried that the play is looking bullish. But at that point, um, then you want to play the trend within the smaller time frame, right? So, like since today we started, we had this pullback. We've basically been in a downwards trend for the day. So, if you're playing a daily move, or if you're playing a scalp, you would your trend would be to the downside, right? So you wouldn't want to go long. You wouldn't want to go against the trend if that's the time frame that you're playing. So when I'm speaking about Tesla, guys, I'm speaking about a longer term trend, right? We are in a bullish trend on Tesla because we are clearly making higher highs, higher lows. We're above our 21 EMA. We're above our 30-week SMA. The trend for Tesla long term is bullish. So that's what I'm speaking about when I'm speaking about is this bullish or is this bearish. On different time frames, you can have like a different sentiment. Looks like this pullback is in line back to its opening point. Yeah, what did we open at today? We opened at 272.03. So yeah, that's exactly where we are. Right back at open. Did we really open at 272? The high was 272.45. This this accurate? Yeah, we opened around here, did we not? At around 276. I was the same though. I don't know, guys. I think I'm like totally off today. Like my mind is not functioning properly. Yeah, we opened at 276. Not sure why it's saying 272 over here. Yes, the bigger picture shows a better sentiment overall, but today looks like Elon's achievements have been discarded as nothing accomplished. I mean, I wouldn't say nothing's been accomplished. We're still up $2.50 for the day, so it's decent, and it's continuing this pattern. So it still sets us up well for tomorrow. But yeah, I could see how people would feel that way. It's definitely frustrating, even to me who's like bullish on Tesla. It's frustrating to see this, but I feel like you just have to detach your emotions, from the play. If you get caught up in your emotions, then as a trader, as an investor, that's a different story. But as a trader, you can't have an emotional attachment to any one play. You got to just like really be robotic about it, and if the play goes against you, you have to get out. Or if you feel like the sentiment is changing and your overall thesis is proving to be wrong, you got to get out. And you have to have that level of discipline. So I don't get attached to it like on an emotional level. I just stick with it so long as my thesis is still in play. And as my thesis is weakening or getting stronger, I make adjustments, and then I continue to play it in that way. Thus far, but focus on the green. It took more volume to push it down than today. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, this is showing more volume to the downside than we had when we were like chopping a little bit for the past few days. Seems shorts had a plan to drive down to 2.7. Yeah, I mean, look, shorts are gonna have unlimited funds really to do as they please. So it's a very good chance they just added onto their position. But I mean, I'll tell you what. In terms of like technicals, I'm still not mad at the setup, right? Because um, we still have this pattern right here, this potential cup and handle, which is actually just getting stronger and stronger as this handle is forming right here, right? So all we need is a bounce, even at the 270 level. All we need is a bounce, and then we can break this neckline right here. So that's a pretty decent setup. I put it in white for you guys. You see it. It's a pretty strong setup. Why did Elon say wait till August? I'm not sure. Did he say that recently? Is there an article or something that you're referring to? Take a look at this article right here. Bull and bear case for Tesla heading into quarter two report. Uh, why EV startups are fading in relevance. Take a look at this really quick. So the bull and bear case for Tesla heading into the Q2 report. Citigroup says stretched valuation in Tesla versus the tech leaves the stock vulnerable heading into a quarter that will again be impacted by price cuts according to the U.S. Bank's bear case scenario. We view the Q2 setup as a neutral to slightly negative, mainly on valuation, but in the absence of imminent doubt, we don't see a rating catalyst either. The brokerage still raises the EPS estimates following the recent strong data points and higher volume forecasts. Height price starting at 278 to 215. So yeah, we discussed that earlier today. Um, those set to record results on July 19th. Analyst estimates quarter two EPS of 83 cents and revenue of 24.69. All right, I mean, if Q2 delivery beats, why are they talking about delivery? And the Cybertruck launch could emerge as a H2 catalyst because H2 margin outcomes in late quarter four will be more impactful in shaping decision sentiment. So, what did he say exactly on Twitter? Just after sales estimates, he stated, "Wait till August." Must have been the new remodel design. I don't know. Hearing about that, interesting. I mean, Elon's always very cryptic, so I'm sure he has something up his sleeve. lower the opacity in the background. It was just a quote. Wait till August. I mean, I'm surprised he's still making posts like that. Like, isn't the SEC like they've always like been on him for everything that he says and does? That means if this thing blows up in August, they're gonna look at him. Maybe it was his win in the ring with Zuck. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's always cryptic. You know who was like really good at that, and I don't even know if they do it on purpose. I'm sure to some extent that they do, but if you guys remember like the whole thing with GameStop and Ryan Cohen would always make all these posts on his Twitter, and the apes would just go crazy like interpreting it. And sometimes I don't know. Sometimes it played out, and sometimes it didn't. But it always had like everybody checking what he had to say. Plus, 2021 was different. Yeah, he did move the markets. With I remember like the whole dope thing and like him going on what was it, SNL or something. And I think that's when like Doge pumped to like 70 cents or something. It was also the market at the time. I mean, it was a lot of like excitement in the market. There was a lot of people like just at that time the market was rallying so hard. Like you literally could have thrown money into anything and just you could have made money anywhere. Crypto, on stocks. All you really had to do was buy the dip. Honestly, that market was just pushing, and people made a lot of money. So, oh, it was so much fun. It was fun. It was fun. It may have been the new limitations on tweets. I mean, yeah, it's also the fact like after that point he just started getting so many eyes on him, right? Like the SEC and everything. Everybody's just watching him like a hawk and just watching everything that he says. So maybe he's just a little bit more reserved now because of that. Nice little bounce here. Let's see if volume can come in and we could kind of like declare this fourth wave over. It would be really nice because it would go hand in hand with the cup. I think this is a good level for the cup handle to be at. Last tweet, he deleted. I don't know. Did he delete it? Yelton? Is Spy bouncing back? Yeah, Spy got a nice bounce back as well. So uh, Sorry, guys, I had to step away for a second. Oh no, sorry, I just had to step away for a second. Yeah, hopefully we can rebound from here. We still have this descending level of resistance, so it's getting lower and lower. If we can break above it, we could possibly make a nice push. Our size under 50. We are getting close above our EMAs now, so that's really the checklist that we're looking for like nice uptrend moves, right? We're looking for and so far we've been getting like 3 out of the 4 on the checklist, right? Well, we get the breaks above the EMAs, we get the crossover above the EMAs, we get the RSI above 50. What we always end up lacking is the volume. So if we could get all those moves to play out, right? We're getting above the EMAs again right now, and we're getting close up to above the RSI. If the volume can come in, we can really push on this breakout above this descending level. But it's basically just been a story for the past like week and a half. It's just the low volume. Hey, Chad. Welcome to the chat. Just found this stream like an hour ago. Really enjoying it. Thank you, Chad. Thank you so much. I'm glad you found it. We've been following it, Tesla now for about 2 weeks. We've been doing a live stream, so plan on continuing to do it, and hope you will join us, guys. Also, if you guys could do me a favor, if you could just hit the like button, so people like Chad can find us. I think it would really put it out there, help the algorithm and stuff, and we could add more to the community. But I'm glad you're here, Chad. Are you in Tesla as well? Are you long on Tesla as well? A reminder, guys, this is also the play that we're looking at. We're looking at the whole thing from an Elliott wave perspective, but we're also looking at other factors as well. And we're really looking at right now today, with the pre-market push, we got this break out of this bullish flag. So we broke out of it. Now we're coming back to retest the top of that channel. So if we do end up bouncing now again, we can look. This is another confirmation that we could reach that $300 level. We'll go over that in the wave count in a second. I'm just gonna take a quick call, and I'll be right back. Guys, sorry I am back. I had to take a pretty important call. I may have to end the stream a little early today. It's 12:30, so I may have to head out by 1, and I'll try to be back for a power hour. Just catching up on your guys' comments. Chat is long on Tesla. Yeah, I think it's just a short-term pullback. I think it'll run a little bit as well. Um, Not on Twitter. Are you guys still speaking about? Were you able to find it? So much is going on in Elon's life. Please break out. Well, yeah, we're looking like we're around that level, back above our 5 EMA. Volume picked up, but above 50 on the RSI. It's not a clean, strong breakout, but see if we get there. Coming back on power hour. It looks like trend is reversing. What do you think before you go? All right, I'll give you guys a full synopsis of what I think. See, it goes down when he comes back. Yeltsin's got it in for me today. Um, what do I think? So I still think that we are having a couple of things play out. So the bigger picture is that we're looking to still finish this move higher, right? So I think we may be ending on a diagonal. So we get a move like this, right? In other words, like a a rising wedge pattern, right? So I think we may do something like that, which should take us to around that $300 level. There's another count for that as well, but I won't really get into the exact count right now. I don't think it's really that important. We have this breakout over here on this bigger term pattern, right, which is our bull flag. So we broke out of that today with the pre-market, and then we just came back to retest this channel top. So broke out, came back, retest. We're holding above it. As long as we can hold above this, we could still push higher, right? And then in terms of this move right here, that's kind of what we're looking at on this chart. Same thing. You could kind of call this a bull flag if you want, but really right now we're looking to break this descending level of resistance. Overall, we have a kind of like cup and handle play chart playing out here, chart pattern playing out. So this could be the handle right here that's formed today. A decent pullback, and then if we could get back to that pre-market high of 277, um, and get a breakout from there, I think we'll go a lot higher. But we definitely diverged from the market a little bit today, right? So the market was pushing, and we were pulling back. Eventually, the market pulled back too, and now the market is rebounding. So let's see if now we can actually catch up with the market. But overall, still long term, medium to long term, I'm still bullish. Um, on the overall picture, we still have, again, I always remind you guys, we are still making higher highs and higher lows as of right now, right? So as long as we continue this pattern, we're in good shape. We're above our 21 EMA, which is going to be our primary level of support. Uh, we had this doji candle yesterday, which kind of, it's not a reversal candle necessarily, but it shows kind of like indecision, and that's as we were moving down. So now the follow up with this candle closing higher, um, effectively as of right now. So it still looks good. Still looks good. If we could close the day higher, come like the last 3 or 4 hours of the day, I think it would be a really bullish sign. But We'll see. Look at the line I had you draw. It's staying on its plane. Is there a bearish divergence on Tesla? Uh, on the macro, yes, there is, right? But it's not too concerning right now, right? So over here you can see, let me hide this, and we can see basically from this peak, right, to this peak, right? We made a higher high in the price action, but then on the RSI we had a lower high on this peak, right? So that's your bearish divergence. That essentially gave us this pullback right here. Um, we'll see if that continues to play out. Right now, that pullback also allowed us to reset our RSI a little bit more. So we could at any time just come back and break this pattern and push higher. Something very similar happened on Nvidia, and we broke out of a kind of bearish divergence that was playing out to push higher for Nvidia. So, and it actually happened. We were getting this same sort of divergence to play out right before their earnings, and then we broke above it. So I can actually probably show you guys that. But it there's still room for this thing to, even if this doesn't break out, we can still continue this pattern to play out where price action will still continue to go higher, but the RSI will still continue to go lower, right? Like that can go on for a little while. So it kind of puts you on alert to be aware. Right? We can still continue a pattern like this, but at some point, if this continues to play out right like this, you're eventually going to reach like a climax, and then it's going to pull back hard. So, but we'll keep an eye on that. But on smaller time frames, I don't really see any bearish divergence. If Tesla had a bearish sign, it's minimal, been more bold with the past 13 days green. I agree, Yelton. I do agree. With lower volume, it's still upward thus far. Yeah, if you really think about it, like with all the sideways action that we had to deal with for the past week or so, um, we're still hovering around that 272, 273 area. The high that we've made so far on this rally is 284, right? Just to put it into perspective, we're only $12 short of that high. So, I think this was just a very choppy, extended correction, and hopefully we're getting out of it now, right? So now hopefully we are doing this move where we are just making higher highs and higher lows from this point on, right? Higher highs, higher lows. We can bounce from here higher. As long as we continue that trend, we should be fine. Again, a lot of the choppiness is most likely due to the uncertainty that everybody was waiting for the CPI data. With Tesla, there's also the news of there's earnings that we have to deal with. But we've been getting some pretty decent bullish catalysts. Kind of got rejected at that resistance level of that right here, right? So this is proving to be a pretty decent, pretty strong resistance. It's a descending level of resistance right here. So we'll have to contend with that. But we're also still kind of like creating this descending wedge pattern right here now. It went from being kind of like a descending triangle to more so like a descending wedge. What was the Fed's info in short? I missed it. I didn't catch the Fed speaking, so I don't really know like how their comments were, like if they were like hawkish moving forward. But I think the overall sentiment was that we beat on CPI, right? I think the expectation was 3.1%, and we got 3%, and their target is 2%. So inflation looks like it is cooling off. That was the general sentiment, I think, or that I took from it this morning. But again, I didn't catch the speakers. So if anybody caught that, let us know what was the crux of their speech. There's an article that just came out from when did it come out? The new stock is bumped from NASA's Artemis program. Tesla says Model 3 consumer tax credits likely to be reduced after December 31st. I'm trying to read this article. It says over here 3 EV stocks worth buying now: BYD, Tesla, and LI. But let me see this article. Sorry, I'll wait for that. Seems Elon is launching a competitor to ChatGPT. Is he? Oh, imagine, guys. Imagine like that's part of like the outlook on the report next week on earnings. And imagine like it probably wouldn't be tied to Tesla, but Tesla is it's AI in its own outlook, right? With automation, but that would be pretty cool. So yeah, bigger picture, guys, still bullish. I think. I mean, today, let's see if we can get above that 275 area. But either way, we're up $3 for the day. Even if we just hold in this level or in this range, it's still a decent day. It's called XAI. Where did you read that? I would love to read up on that. I haven't encountered that. Is this like just leaking, or has this been out for a while? You will have it in a robot as well. Look at that. All right, I'm seeing it here. Let me pull it up for you guys. Getting a nice little push also. Yeah, the first report that I found. Elon Musk's new XAI company launches to understand the true nature of the universe. That sounds pretty. That sounds pretty. XAI team will hold its Twitter Spaces chat on July 14th. That's pretty ambitious. Elon Musk's newly formed AI company has revealed itself with a new website detailing information and the team. Musk tweeted the company's intent is to understand reality without any other details or explanation. The goal of XAI is to understand the true nature of the universe, according to the website. The team is headed up by Elon Musk and includes team members that have worked at other big names in AI, including OpenAI, Google Research, Microsoft Research, and DeepMind, which was recently folded into Google. Wow. I mean, it's not directly tied to Tesla, but that's pretty big. end of the triangle. Yeah, we got a decent breakout with volume. Um, and we're above our EMAs, above 50 on the RSI. So let's see if we can hold above the triangle now, or this descending wedge, or whatever we want to call it. Here's a jump upward. Isaac Asimov info data there. Just wish there was a time machine actually local deal. I haven't really read that much Isaac Asimov. Like growing up, I was more of a fantasy guy than a sci-fi guy, but as I'm getting older, I'm starting to prefer sci-fi. We got about 2.5 minutes left on this candle. We're holding above that descending level of resistance. The volume is just not picking up to confirm it, but everything else is there. We're above our EMAs, above 50 on the RSI. Got the crossover on the EMAs as well. Is this a breakout sign from the morning's trend? Uh, it's a breakout, but it's not a strong breakout in my opinion. So you guys gotta be careful that you don't get faked out on these plays because the price action looks good, but if there was stronger volume behind it, I would be more in favor of it, and then a confirmation pattern. But yeah, I mean, it could be the end. Let's see how this closes up. I think I'm actually gonna have to head out, guys. I'm getting a call right now, so um, we'll I'll leave the stream on for like about 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna have to take my laptop with me. I'll leave it on for like 5-10 minutes and go get ready, and then when I come back, I'll hop off and I'll try to be back by power hour around 3 o'clock. All right. So you guys could just do me a favor, just hit the like button if you guys found it useful, and definitely be back by power hour and back tomorrow morning. So we'll talk soon. All right, guys. I'll just leave this on for right now, and you guys can follow it for like another 5-10 minutes, and then I'll head out. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, Yelton, Sunny. Um, Love never fails. All Flawed, all you guys who have been watching for a while, and welcome everybody who's new. Really appreciate you guys. So we'll be back. We'll be back, guys. Talk to you guys soon. All right. What's going on, everybody? I'm back. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay long for Power Hour. Got a lot of things I have to take care of, but um, I've got honestly only like about 10 or 15 minutes. So let's try to make the most of it. So basically, it looks like since I left, we broke out of the like wedge, pushed up a little bit, and now we're doing another correction. So a little bit choppy, more getting another kind of setup over here. Kind of call it inverse head and shoulders. If it forms, it's the potential beginning of an inverse head and shoulders, which could be decent. But so far, it's been all setups and no follow through. So right now, we're still holding. We got back above that support around the 273 area, and now it looks like we're testing it again. I'm telling you guys, like the best moves so far on Tesla have been happening really in the pre-market. But going back to the bigger picture, and I hope I'm not on mute right now. Yeah, I'm not on mute. Hey, love never fails. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, I can't be back for too long. I got a lot of things that I have to do, unfortunately. So, just want to give you guys, I just want to come back and check on you guys, see how you guys are doing, check how the stock is doing. Long term, guys, we still have this bull flag breakout. We broke out of it, right, and we're holding above it. So that's really bullish. Um, the fact that we broke out of this. Also, this is a 1 hour chart. You can see on the 1 hour, we're back above our 21 EMA and our 50 EMA on the 1 hour. So that's nice. And we're starting to get um, the crossover on those two. So that's pretty decent. In terms of like pullbacks, we pulled back to over here at this low, we pulled back to the 50 EMA on the 4 hour. So that acted as good support. And then again, like so twice we were able to use the 50 EMA on our 4 hour as support. So keep that moving average in mind if this pulls back again. So far, this has been pretty decent. Let's see. I still think that we are we're in pretty good shape after this pullback, and for us to get back up to this level, we broke through it, and now we're still holding above our moving averages on the longer time frame. So for the bigger picture play, I'm still I feel good about it. If it doesn't happen today, then very likely it's coming up, and maybe everything is just setting up for honestly a decent move during the earnings. Why do you think pre-market is having the best moves? I'm not. Honestly, I don't know. I kind of like speculated on this before. I feel like that's where like smart money is doing the majority of their buying and selling, and they're the ones who are going to push these stocks right a lot more than retail. So I mean that's my best guess, and I think they probably do it during pre-market. Not for any like nefarious reasons. I just think it's just more convenient for them to place like large orders or stuff like before retail gets in or after in terms of after hours after retail is done. They kind of just see what the stock has done for the day, and then they make a decision based off of their analysis, whether it's fundamentals or technicals. That, I mean, that would be my guess, but if somebody else has a better answer, I'm all ears. See how the SPY held up today. So the SPY, you guys see after we had that strong pre-market move, we pushed higher in this ascending a rising wedge formed the divergence on the RSI, which basically signaled the pullback. And we had a pretty strong pullback, and then we've been kind of recovering. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're really seeing some sort of like leading diagonal, sorry, ending diagonal forming over here on the SPY as well. I think a positive takeaway, if you guys are bullish on this and you guys are bullish long term, is that we reached we took over a new level today, right? And we held it. So yesterday we were trading around the 264 to 267 or 269 range, right? Yesterday we were trading in this range right here, right? We went as low as 266, and actually we went as low as 264. No, sorry, that was on Monday. We went as low as 264, and then we broke out higher, we pulled back, and then we were trading in this range yesterday, and we broke out of that. And today we're in another range. We're in a higher range, so we're getting there. We're slowly getting there. We're still stepping our way up. As long as we can hold above these ranges and every day push a little bit higher, I think it's a good sign. But I would pay attention to that bearish divergence that's forming. Um, and for myself, I also use the this oscillator. It's called the Elliott wave oscillator. It's just set up. It's just a regular price oscillator set up for to catch to help you kind of better time your wave counts and stuff. So on here, we're also forming this divergence, right? So we have this divergent top over here, right here, and then over here we're forming this divergence as well, right? So I do think that we will see a sort of rise on this oscillator a little bit, and we will see this come up a little bit, but I don't think we will necessarily overtake this. So I think this um, essentially what that means is that we still have room to come up, but we still won't, in my opinion, as of right now, the way that it's playing out is overtake and break this divergence. So the divergence will still play out, which is still signaling the end of the play. But I think maybe we will end up doing something like getting closer to that 300 level, but with that divergence still playing out, and kind of just like how SPY did something like this, kind of like what I see playing out as a top for Tesla on a larger time frame, right? Forming something like this. So getting there, but you see the angle is not going to be as sharp. It's becoming more um, horizontal, which is kind of showing like less and less strength behind the plate, and usually indicates a reversal. So we'll see. We'll watch it, see if we can still get to that 300 level, and then again we have like earnings next week, which is a wild card. So something similar to this, guys, like I was telling you before, was forming on Nvidia, right? Right before their earnings. So it actually made me think that we were going to get this pullback on Nvidia, and instead, what happened? They just rocketed straight up. They had $100 gap up, right? So again, technical analysis can only get you so far. There's some things that you have current data with you, and you just use that data to the best of your ability to make the most informed decision. But the price is going to do what the price is going to do, right? And there's a lot of things that are going to be unforeseen no matter what. So, and I'll actually show you guys that quickly if I can. Where's the video? Yeah, fine. So go to a 2 hour. Right. So that box that's highlighted is basically where we got that earnings play, right? And you can see up until that point, that's kind of what we had forming over here was a divergence. This is the RSI. Let's actually go to a daily. So you see that's where the gap was. You see the move was looking pretty. This is where we were forming that divergence right here. So RSI was making lower highs, price action was making higher highs, and we were kind of getting this rising wedge type pattern, right? And that was kind of like signaling that we might be getting a pullback. So, um, but what happened was that we actually broke through that divergence, right? So we broke through that divergence, ended up pushing higher, and then came the earnings play, and we just skyrocketed. So, um, there's a good chance that something like that could still happen with Tesla as well, right? So depending on what their how their earnings come out, any new information, something that can't be, something that's not already priced into the market, you know, you could have that same thing. That's why earnings is always a wild card, and it's dangerous whether you're holding calls or puts um, to uh, to take that risk. But, it all just really depends on your level of risk taking and how confident you guys are in the play. So for me, I'm happy that it's back above 270. I think we needed that pre-market boost right after the constant sideways action for like the past week, and I feel pretty good about it. I feel pretty good about it, even though we pulled back. We gave a lot of it away, but we didn't give all of it away. So we'll see. We'll see. Right now, it looks like we're bouncing again off of support above 50 on the RSI. Um, Volume again is still weak, and it's basically been the weakness on this play for the past week and a half. But again, we're back above our 9 and our 5 EMAs on the short term. So not sure how this will finish closing out. Probably just somewhere within this range between 275, 273, unless we break support. And but long term, again, guys, above our the 1 hour is actually what I'm really liking over here on this chart on the left. Liking the fact that we're starting to get that crossover on the hourly between our 21 and our 50 EMA, and we're above both of them, and we've held it as support. And I like the fact that we have this full flag breakout. So broke out, retest, and essentially, hopefully, we're doing something like this where we broke out, we retest, and then we go higher. As long as the market is holding up, which is pretty decent right now at 446 on the SPY, and let's check the triple Q. Q is actually really nice at 373, so that's looking really good for tech stocks. And so we have this fourth wave, most likely we're going to finish higher in the coming days. So I'm anticipating a nice little rally. And as long as Tesla doesn't diverge too much, then Tesla should catch on to that rally as well. But that's kind of it for me today, guys. Unfortunately, I do have to run. I tried to get out of something, but I can't get out of it. So um, that's sort of it for me. I'm gonna be back on tomorrow morning, and if you guys have any questions, or whatever, just leave them on this video. Like the video, guys, if you can. Share it. Subscribe to the channel if you guys are new, and tune back in tomorrow at 9:30. Let's see if we might have another strong free market rally. All right. And if you guys have any other like questions, just put it on the comments of this video, and then I will respond to you if there's anything that's if anything happens after hours or after I'm gone, and you guys have any questions, feel free. Feel free. All right. So thanks again for tuning in, guys. I really appreciate all of you, and I'll be back on tomorrow morning, 9:30. All right. Talk to you guys later. Peace out.